I'm a fan. The only gripe I have with him is he refuses to acknowledge the woke right term, right? We're gonna do woke Wednesday. I thought about maybe saving this for tomorrow. Maybe I'll replay it tomorrow. But I want you to check out what Steven Crowder will do. He'll acknowledge it. He just won't use the language here. This is from yesterday's show.
I say this because, or I point this out, because you have a good portion of people on the right who have adopted the left's talking points, saying the trans issue, it's a distraction. It doesn't act, it's a non-issue. You shouldn't be worried about it. That's to keep us and them fighting.
We have no research about how being trans or undergoing gender-affirming treatment impacts athletic performance in teens.
The culture war stuff, it's like, I think it's an intentional distraction that they use.
Did trans people storm the Capitol?
According to them, the trans kids that want to play the sports, Lord have mercy, that is the biggest issue that we had. Since when? Since when? Find the little trans child that is ruining your life.
Have you already covered that trans athlete winning this swimming competition? Genuinely just curious about your thoughts on it. My position, first and foremost, is like, I don't care. It straight up does not matter. Absolutely does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Even if trans women were completely dominating certain fields of sport.
It's like, who cares about transgender girls in sports? Honestly, who cares?
0.6% of the American adult population is transgender. That is a tiny community of fellow human beings. Certainly not enough for an alleged takeover of girls' sports.
Just keep in mind that, like, the fixation on trans people in sports was largely of concern to conservatives. There are like 5 trans people in sports.
I am the only person here involved with recreational sports where I play with trans people, by the way, because this is a manufactured issue. It's a manufactured issue.
Why are my cities disgusting? I don't even want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food. And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable.
And how many trans people have been at the mayor's office or work in that administration? What about health secretaries? What about policies?
But they're such a small portion of the population.
Right, they're such a small portion.
They're so insignificant. Why are they taking up so many spaces in offices?
Right. And why would we be funding, through our tax dollars, dolls for kids in Minnesota? This trans sports issue, by the way, it's many, many hundreds of medals. Many.
Okay, so Steven Crowder will refer to these people as the Marxist right. Now, I have a question. Isn't Marxism, like Marxist, communist, the socialist, the woke left, isn't that woke, right? Because it's identity politics and it's the victim mentality where you want the government to solve all of your problems, which is what I've been saying for years now. I did a debate with Andrew Wilson. And it's so funny because Andrew Wilson is a huge, he's friends with Steven Crowder, and he's, a year later after the debate, I see that he's doing the same thing. And I think I think that there's no way that you could ever get Andrew Wilson to admit that he lost a debate, right? But he did. He lost this debate a year ago with me, right?
But let's move on to the woke right then.
Okay,
so can I get a definition of the woke right?
Yes, it is a group of people that engage in identity politics, a victim mentality, with a hyperfixation on race. And I would say that the closest group that sort of, I think, embodies the entirety of it would be the Groyper movement, right? Where the left has the evil white the evil white capitalist is the source of.
Well, hang
all
on.
of
Can we just
my-
stay with the definition first, and I just make sure I get it down correctly? So a group of people who engage.
Anyway, I don't want to waste the whole show playing this, but he basically comes back and he goes, "Well, so the founding fathers were woke, right?" I'm like, okay. And the reason why this is important, the reason why we talk about woke every Wednesday is because it is a destructive movement, right? And what we're seeing in New York is the culmination of the left refusing to address their woke faction. It started with, coexist bumper stickers, right? And then it moved on to, like what is it like? All lives matter, right? And then Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. I mean that's true. But it moved on to BLM, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, and now it's gone to where AOC is the front runner for 2028 for the Democrat Party. So she's essentially the leader of the Democrat Party, and she's a socialist. And you have Mamdani in New York running the largest city in America, right? Who is taking it a step further. He's going straight from I wouldn't even call it Marxism, Islamo-Marxism, quote, democratic socialism, to straight authoritarian, and it's going to end very, very badly. So the reason why, we'll talk about this more tomorrow, the reason why we address the woke right and we label them the woke right is specifically to make that distinction. It's to make the connection, actually, sorry, not the distinction, the connection to the woke left. You don't want to separate it like Andrew Wilson will say. You don't want to say, oh, we have a different problem. We have the exact same problem, which will yield the exact same result. You just saw the clip that Steven Crowder played. Tucker Carlson sounds exactly like Hassan Piker. Nick Fuentes sounds exactly like Anna Kasparian. Dave Smith. And now it's taking a step further. Tucker Carlson is talking about how the billionaire class doesn't pay as much in taxes. That sounds like Bernie Sanders, right? It's like, it's woke. It's the woke right. So we want to make the connection so that we don't end up with our own Mamdani. Does that make sense? So let's move on to that. Mamdani is giving more details on how his city-run grocery stores will work. He announces that the core basket of everyday groceries will be 30% cheaper. Okay. All right. I think I actually pulled up the wrong one here. Let's go and grab the video. No. Oh, did I go too far? Did I go too far? Here you go. Right here. Okay.
30% cheaper at all 5 of our
That's
city
low.
run
Hold
grocery
on.
stores.
Why am I having so many audio issues lately? Jeez. All right, we'll turn up this. One sec, guys. Sorry. Screw it. You can hear it. It's short.
This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread. Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices.
Okay.
No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. What we have seen...
Okay, so he's going to make bread, produce, meats, seafoods, essentially all this stuff that you get at the bodega across the street and at the grocery store up the street, 30% cheaper for New Yorkers for a month. And probably he's going to keep doing it, but I don't think this I think the shelves will be empty after a month. And what does that do to the bodega, to the grocery store up the street? All right. Billboard Chris. How communists collapse the food supply in 5 simple steps. City stores subsidize food prices. They undercut private grocers, and private groceries close because they're going to be cheaper at the, quote, government store, so nobody's going to be shopping at the bodega, who's probably already, barely getting by because of New York's rent prices. Okay, so the demand and reselling empty city stores, government forces suppliers, farmers to accept lower prices. The suppliers cut production or quit. Food shortages appear. Rationing and black markets follow. Food supply collapses, as in Soviet Venezuela and other price control failures. This has failed 100% of the time, right? It has never worked. it only took, I want to say it took about 10 years for Venezuela. This is what this is what it's gonna look like. It's just gonna look like empty shelves, because on top of the people that are actually going to be going out and buying the food, 30% cheaper, they're also going to be buying it so that they can resell it, right? I mean, the bodega across the street would actually be smarter if they went in and they just bought in bulk and then brought it right back across the street and sold it for, I don't know, 10% cheaper. And then when the grocery store runs out of food, then they're going to come across the street. But it's really basically saying, like, we're basically taking all of this system, this capitalist system that works, and we're going to turn it into a system where the taxpayers are funding for essentially like food dealers, right? Like, instead of drug dealers, it's food dealers, right? So I don't think that people understand how well his messaging is resonating with the woke left, right? With the Marxist socialists, the far left, right? If you look on X, and I know that X isn't real life, I know that the internet's not real life, but he's doing a good job at messaging, right? The left is basically saying, oh, he's keeping his promises. Look at everything's getting cheaper. And that's the point. Every socialism works in the beginning. It always does. It's designed to. It's designed to give people this, like, oh, I can't finally we have a politician who did what he said. You might disagree with him, but at least he did what he said. All right? It's like, okay, what happens when he runs out of money? Because he will. Right? You're already going to be in a position where you can't leave. He's going to try to subsidize housing so that private landlords can't compete. He's going to try to subsidize groceries and food supply so private companies, food suppliers can't compete, farmers can't compete. And he's going to try to tax the rich, right? Out of the city. They leave. He takes their money that he already stole, uses it to hand out to the lower income class, and it's Venezuela, it's Soviet Union, it's China, it's everywhere. It's everywhere that's ever tried this. The difference between those situations and this one is the United States of America is 50 United States, right? But separate states. So people can leave. All right, they can leave and they can still stay in America. They can escape, right? They can get out. So I think that's the saving grace of this situation. But it's still it's not good for people who live in New York, who have roots there. You are screwed. I don't think you understand how screwed you are. But maybe a year and a half, right? You'll see. It's like, it's not going to be right away. You're going to think everything's fine for probably another year and a half. And boy, when you figure it out, it's because what did they say about socialism? You don't feel the weight of socialism until its boots already on your neck. Yeah. Another thing about this, this smug sociopath, right? He's there's been over 300 families and thousands of people have signed petition to keep him away from the 9/11 memorial. Right? We went over this on yesterday's show. He welcomed these like 1993 World Trade Center terrorist collaborators, unindicted co-conspirators, to the Gracie Mansion, to his home, smiles with them on camera. He said he give my love to the Holy Land Five, who were these group of Hamas collaborators who funneled $12 million shortly after 9/11 to Hamas. He's not welcomed by people who really never forgot, right? He's not welcome. He should not be there, right? It's like Nick Fuentes going to a TPUSA event, right? You should not be there. But he says he's going to be attending anyway, right? Despite the survivors and victims' families saying they don't want him there, This is from Kosher Cockney. He's trolling them, in my opinion, and it's disgusting. I don't think he's trolling them. No, I think that he's dead serious. I think that he wants to punish them more. I think he likes the fact that they don't want him there, and that will motivate him more to show up. He wants to re-victimize them. Problem. Right? You have until September. These families should file restraining orders against him. I'm not joking. It sounds funny, but I'm actually not joking. Right? It would be hilarious, obviously, but also they should do it. File restraining orders against Mamdani so that he cannot be in the same area as you, and then boom, he can't show up. Right? I know you might not get one approved, but if there's 300 people who are signing a petition, the victims' families, I mean, I like your odds if all 300 of you went and hit the courthouse and said, I'm in fear for my life of this guy, something, right? He's traumatizing me. He's re-victimizing me. Can I have a protective order? And then if he shows up, just be like, hey, officer, go get your boy. I mean, tell me if you guys agree with that. I think that would be actually like brilliant. You're correct. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Correct. Somebody in the chat. He's also he's doing the Nick Fuentes thing, right? So for those of you that don't remember, Coleman Hughes had this great sort of, like breakdown of how Nick Fuentes works. And I think that this is also a strategy that a lot of people use, like the both sides thing, right? But he calls it two personas, right? So the two personas thing, it's a tactic that a lot of politicians use, right? Where they come out and they say, oh well, yeah, well anti-Semitism is wrong, but then they engage in anti-Semitic behavior. So they basically are trying to capture both audiences. And Mamdani's come out and he said, we're going to root out anti-Semitism in New York City. Like, okay, are you resigning? Because that's probably the best way to do it. Like, you are the problem. You are the anti-Semitism. Anybody who tries to dress up their Jew hate as anti-Zionism is lying to you. Okay? It's Jew hate. Anti-Zionism, I'm against Israel, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. We get it. It is the worst kept secret in the world that anti-Israel people, anti-Zionists, are just against the Israeli government. The Israeli government's 120 people. It's a country the size of New Jersey. It is irrational to hate it. It is irrational to be so much of an activist against the Jewish state in the Middle East. It makes no sense, and regular people know that. So when you start pushing your anti-Zionism, most regular, normal people, they go, I think you just hate Jews. Yeah, seems like you just hate Jews. Especially if somebody like Mamdani, who's pro-Islam and is anti-Zionist. It's like, oh yeah, no, definitely. So he was invited by the chairman of the United States Holocaust Memorial Council to tour the Holocaust Museum and truly understand what a genocide actually looks like. Jeff Miller issued the invitation on X, and telling the mayor directly that words matter, especially from elected leaders. No response from Mamdani. He's gone quiet. But he still says he's going to root out anti-Semitism. I mean, how are you going to root it out if you don't understand it? You should go. You should go to the Holocaust Museum. I think we went in the 5th grade on a field trip because I lived in Boston. We went to New York. We saw the. I think we went to the Holocaust Museum. I know we did a bunch of the big sites. I'm pretty sure we went there. But yeah, I think that we really need to kind of understand what's going to happen, because it's going to happen, right? New York is going to over the next couple of years, maybe a few years, it's going to be unrecognizable. And he's going to do it. I don't like it. But I'm just telling you what's going to happen. And I said this before he got elected. I said, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing. Because New York does not ever course correct, right? Not since Giuliani. And it will take a bottom out. It will take a hitting rock bottom, maybe, for them to snap out of it. So we'll see. But they're heading there. They're going for bottom. It's the writing's on the wall. I think this is just hilarious, so I added it in here. Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec, and then we'll jump right into our interview. Interview's coming up in about maybe 5 minutes. A-list. I'm sorry, this is super funny. A-list New Yorkers named on Mamdani's potential pied-à-terre tax list, including supporters like Cynthia Nixon and Anna Wintour. Cynthia Nixon's that Sex and the City chick who is just so pro Mamdani. She's like, what was the Zoran, the with the t-shirts? Oh my god. So he basically, Mamdani doxed a bunch of rich people, right? Is what he did, right? He literally went and he published a list of people's addresses. So documents posted on the Department of Finance's webpage identified hundreds of thousands of entities who could find themselves in the crosshairs of Zohran Mamdani's backed tax on luxury second homes. It's so funny, man. Let's see here. Yep, there's Cynthia Nixon, devoted Mamdani supporter. Taylor Swift's Tribeca residence also made the cut. Director Darren Aronofsky. This is so funny. Addresses listed under author and new age guru Deepak Chopra. He doxed a bunch of his supporters. It's so funny because like these people, they probably woke up thinking like, hey, wait a minute. Don't shoot. I'm on your side. It's like they probably really did all wake up and just went, did he just? Because that's the thing about these socialists, these useful idiots that these authoritarians fool into co-signing onto their like cause. They think that they in the back of their mind, they know that what they're saying is wrong. They know they're the bad guy. In the back of their mind, they have to, right? Because it's denial. When you're in denial, you subconsciously still know that you're denying something that you shouldn't be. But this happens over and over again. It's the famous poem, right? First they came for the socialists, right? They're the ones who are just going to be like shocked that they're actually part of it. It's like, oh yeah, let's go and tax the rich. Oh, not me. Oh, yeah. Let's make them pay more. Let's make them pay their fair share. Oh, no, not me. I thought we were just going to take money from Elon Musk and Donald Trump and conservatives. I didn't realize that you were going to put my name on a list. Yeah. It's great, isn't it? The good news, like I said, is he is on another level. I saw all of this coming. And I thought maybe 2 years in. It's been 6 months. It's been 6 months, guys. He is going hard. And the harder he goes, the faster he falls. So I do not like it, but I think in the end, this is actually going to work out in our favor. And it's going to lead to another Giuliani type that they're going to usher in. And New York will rebuild off the ashes, but as of right now, it's RIP. 1625 to 2026. The New York as you know it is gone. Sad. All right, real quick, I want to get to this, right? This is a clip I showed you guys this yesterday. I was on Sid and Friends. Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn's going after Sid, and he's also just going after American exceptionalism, in my opinion. Right? He's like, oh, we would it would be very challenging to go out an all-out war. Nobody called for an all-out war. But my question is, why does Michael Flynn think so little of our military capabilities, right? But here's a clip, 2 minutes from
General
Sid,
Michael Flynn,
in Friends
who went
yesterday.
to prison, and there's all kinds of rumors, okay, about him being a Russian operative.
Mm-hmm.
He attacked me for my Fox News appearance on Saturday. It was really two things to attack, Iran and Mamdani. But him, and I mentioned these names just moments ago, Alex Jones, another psycho, and Glenn Greenwald, another loser, and Joe Kent, another loser. All these guys attacked me because I said that eventually the only way you win in this conflict against Iran is to completely wipe out the IRGC, complete annihilation. I still feel that way. I can't stand it every time Trump stops, which he's done again. He's done it again. And I said that on television on Saturday, and I have a feeling that Trump doesn't like it. But Michael Flynn actually sends Trump on Twitter a tweet on Saturday, Misfit, where he says, I know you like this guy,
some of you might not know,
but he's dangerous. Please don't listen to him. As if President Trump takes his policy advice from me. What a moron. But on a bigger note, what are your thoughts on all these guys attacking me on what I said about the Iran war?
Well, I think it's really rich of Flynn to be accusing anybody of, working on behalf of any foreign interest, right? Because he's an actual foreign agent. This isn't like, I'm not just saying that hyperbolically. He's registered on FARA for working with the Republic of Spurska, and that's Dodik, who is one of Putin's most vocal allies. Michael Flynn is getting paid $100,000 a month to work as a foreign agent on behalf of a Putin ally. Yet it's dangerous for you to come out and say, hey, the same strategy we used to end World War II, which is complete annihilation for total surrender, is hey, who's one of our greatest allies right now? Japan. You know why? We bombed them. All right, so real quick, running out of time. I got to get this interview up. It's 25 minutes, so just in case you didn't think that I was, that was rumor. No, it's not. Here's the actual documents. Michael Flynn is a foreign agent for Spurska. He gets paid $100,000 a month to act on behalf of Spurska, which is run by Milorad Dodik. He is a Putin ally, and he is the president of the Alliance of Independent Social Democrats. Doesn't that sound familiar? Does it sound a lot like Democratic Socialists? It is, because it's all communism. So, woke right, name them, shame them, get them out of here. All right, here comes the interview with Michael, I say his last name wrong, Castarello, I believe. I might have butchered that. This is a really good interview. Check it out, and don't forget those screenshots I showed you earlier. Here we go. All right, Michael, how are you, sir? So I was recommended for you to come on the show as a guest because we have a mutual, and they're trying to get the word out. You were, correct me if I'm wrong, targeted by the Biden administration. And there was an IPO that you were either working for or you started, and it all just went sideways, and you were eventually, I guess, pardoned by Trump. So can you break that down and explain your story for my guests? Give me everything you want. The floor is yours, sir.
So we owned a fund called Straight Path Venture Partners. It was based in pre-IPO shares of companies like Palantir, Airbnb, and so on. Under President Trump's first term, with Jay Clayton, the head of the SEC, they relaxed the rules and they wanted more of the regular mom and pop investor to invest in these companies. Jay Clayton, multiple quotes and articles. We want the mom and pop investor to have more access to the pre-IPO. So that helped my business obviously explode because they're not endorsing me, but they're not endorsing the industry, but they're saying that the regular mom and pop investor should have access to it.
Mm-hmm.
So we did well. Palantir went public. Airbnb went public. We showed our customers 2 to 3x returns on every investment that we had. And in 2021, in 2020 to 21, when the election was stolen, all of a sudden, Zach, by the end of 21, they're basically putting a noose around our neck, telling us the SEC wants us to pay a fine.
Mm-hmm.
So me and my partners look at each other like, guys, it's a change of administration. You know they want that little taste. And that's exactly what I said. And a taste of negotiating whatever taste they wanted turned into a full-blown highway robbery of our company by the SEC, strategized by Judge Lewis Kaplan, who was against President Trump on the E. Jean Carroll rape case.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't rape her, but he
Judge
could
Kaplan.
have. He didn't rape her, but he could have raped her. So that's why he had to pay.
Was Judge Kaplan the one that said in like a media piece, like, yeah, Trump raped her? Is that the same judge? Because there was a judge. So in the Trump, there was no Trump rape case, by the way. There was a civil lawsuit against Donald Trump and he was found liable for forcible touching. In that same case, that civil case, the jury actually said Trump did not rape her. And then the judge in the case came out and said to the media, no, Trump raped her. That judge should be disbarred. I don't remember if it was Kaplan or not.
It is Kaplan.
That was Kaplan. So yeah, so if that's the judge we're talking about, say no more. I'm on your side, even though I don't really know the details, because I know loose details that this seems like it could be argued that there was a little bit of judicial overreach, but continue and finish your.
We're gonna that's like the tip of the iceberg. We're not even getting into. I'm gonna get into all that in a second. Now, so then our company, they said we were about $14 million short of a $400 million fund, approximately. Now, that's first of all, we still can't find the shortage. Number one, number two, Zach, there's still the SEC, it's supposed to, in their corrective action, it's anything 5% or less in error in the company. They're supposed to give you like a 90, 180-day period to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
They never issued corrective action. They just automatically, they said, oh no, we think you're short 14.6 million. We're gonna take your company from you. And that's it. So then they appoint a bankruptcy a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
We get our shot at 3. Obviously, those 3 get shut down.
Mm-hmm.
The government gets a shot at 3. The government gets shut down. And Judge Kaplan picks his, like I say, it's his friend.
Yeah, let me show something on the screen here, just so everybody understands this. Right, this is the same judge. Judge says E. Jean Carroll allegation Trump raped her is substantially true. Okay, that is Judge Lewis A. Kaplan. This guy should be disbarred. He should be be able to be sued by Donald Trump because this statement is a lie. There is an actual. I've posted this before. I'm not going to try to go dig it up right now to save time, but it's a screenshot of the jury's verdict on rape, and it says, "Did Donald Trump rape Miss Carroll? No." So when the jury comes out and says no, and then the judge after the fact comes out and says yes, this guy should be disbarred. So I just wanted to confirm that it's the exact same judge that's working your case. So that judge has at least a loose interpretation of what is justice. Go ahead.
Well, I think he's late 70s or 80s, and he's still alive, and he was appointed by Bill, so he's still alive. So he must be paying them well, right?
You never know. You never know, man. Yeah. We've had a problem with activist judges, predominantly on the left. You see the judge that just let out. Aided and abetted an illegal immigrant by moving them out of the back door of her chambers, and now she's paying what, a $5,000 fine and some community service. It's crazy, man. And this is why I wanted to drop this on TDS Tuesday, right? Because there's a lot of Trump derangement syndrome that has led to dual systems of justice, one for Trump supporters, one for others. I see a lot of people on the right that take this valid criticism of the judicial system and judicial bias, and then they apply it to people like Shiloh Hendricks or Chud the Builder. That's stupid. That's retarded. But it does exist. It exists more in situations like yours than it does in some race war type of thing.
Yeah.
So continue, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just that just drove me crazy because it clicked. I go, Judge Kaplan. Yeah, go ahead.
So he's the blueprint of stealing my company.
Okay.
So then, almost a year later, we find out that the SEC and the Southern District of New York are chatting back and forth. And as Discover, we asked for the communications, right? Because our lawyers have to be prepared. They actually said, if you ask for the communications, we're going to charge you criminally for asking for that.
It's like Gavin Newsom. If you look into fraud in California, we'll arrest you.
Right. So our lawyers asked again, and we got indicted criminally. Fresh off a trial, November 5th, where it was Judge Jesse Furman who blocked one of the first deportations by the Trump administration. And he did the same thing, by the way, that you were just talking about, that Kaplan did. It was an 11-day trial. And Zach, we won every day. I've never seen 6 lawyers walk out of a room smiling the way our lawyers left. Millions of dollars the government wasted taxpayer money on experts and this and that. They're all leaving with their tail between their legs. We've destroyed them all. The SEC examiner is saying that Straight Path Venture Partners was an exempt reporting advisor, not an investment advisor. So he basically said on the record that we're only here because the government took voluntary information and built a case against them. Right?
Yeah.
So then, after the trial ends, the jury instructions, Judge Furman goes, listen, just charge them as investment advisors.
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do? They're going to go in the back, they're going to eat lunch, and they're going to come out and deliberate, right? That's basically what they did.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically told them what to do. And we filed an appeal. Obviously, I have my pardon application on file. The pardon's still there waiting, hopefully. God willing, an audience of one watches this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just have to fight because they want to take everything I've made. They want to take my home. They want to put my wife and kids on the street.
Is this still going on?
Yeah. My surrender date, September 10th.
So you're going to jail?
Yeah.
For how long?
11 years, an extra year for doing media and not showing remorse.
Yeah. So if you don't show remorse. So I noticed on your page, on your X page, it says, oh, sorry, here it is. Trump, pardon me, please. So that hasn't happened?
No.
Oh. So yeah, maybe, hopefully, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I haven't looked into the case in depth, right? So as far as I know, you could be guilty, but I don't know that, right? And I don't know that. And I don't think that based on just because you just said Judge Kaplan. So I may be biased, but it seems to me like from what I'm understanding in my research of before this interview, you went by the rules of the first Trump administration. Then the Biden administration came in and said, we're changing the rules. And you said, screw, and went to court in a district, the Southern District of New York, which is very anti-Trump. And you fought it and lost. And now you're facing 11 years in jail. I would say that there is more than a high likelihood that you're telling the truth, because we've seen this happen over and over again. Trump has actually had to pardon several people for white-collar crimes because of weaponized justice, because the two-tiered system of justice has gone after people for these things. And it's hilarious to me that Letitia James is also in, like, with her real estate thing, and there's other people. I think even Alvin Bragg had something. It's the same people in the Southern District of New York who are going after people for white collar crimes that they are allegedly guilty.
They're the ones doing it. They're the ones doing it.
Exactly.
Just like everybody blamed Trump for the Russia hoax when it was Hillary and Barack doing it all day long.
Exactly. And I find that this just keeps on happening. These people hate Trump and Trump supporters because he exposes them for what they are by not doing what they're doing. So then what they have to do is they have to try to prove that he's doing what they're doing by trying to weaponize the justice system against people who aren't really doing it. I mean, I don't know if you did anything wrong. I don't. But if they were able to do the same thing they did to Trump, where it's maybe you might have done something that you weren't even aware was a crime, or that you were maybe not realizing because they can. I think that they say like what the average person commits like 5 felonies a day, right? Where it's like
3 felonies a day, I believe is the book.
Yeah, 3 felonies a day. But if you go by the Marxist way of justice, where it's like show me the man, I'll find you the crime. You can find one, right? They could probably find one on me. I bet you they could if somebody aimed the justice system at me. I'm sure they could find it. So I'm inclined to believe you. That you didn't know you were doing anything wrong, but they were able to maybe find something that you did wrong, and when you refused to apologize and plea out and become a talking point for them, they're now throwing the book at you. That's what I would guess based on what you're telling me.
So anything that we have, if the government deemed, the Securities Exchange Commission deemed that they thought we were doing wrong, their bylaws state they were supposed to issue corrective action.
Yeah.
And give us 3 months, 6 months to fix it. Whatever they thought we were doing wrong, they didn't. They didn't because we were under their jurisdiction, but at the same time, everything that we gave them was voluntary. And being that our business was so clean, we gave them everything. If they asked for 3 things, we gave them all 10 because my partner, Fran, she's 62. She's been in financial services almost 40 years. She knows. She's the most ultra compliant person, right? So now things that like Breen, that we brought up the pardon and so on, just as of on July 10th, the pardon office, and I guess my lawyer told me it's protocol, but they sent they wrote an opinion, they wrote a letter to the judge on my pardon application. I guess it's protocol to give it to the judge and the prosecution for comments. They usually don't comment. This judge said he wants to make it part of the public docket. So the Office of the Pardon Attorney said, no, we are not giving, one of the quotes on the letter is, we're reviewing this case because we believe it has some merit to review it. And also, we don't believe that the application should be part of the public docket because it's Mr. Castellero sensitive information, his wife's name, his kids' names, his parents' names, and all the bunch of people that wrote letters in my behalf and my support.
So they would be doxing them.
Right. So then the Southern District in New York deputy, not my prosecuting attorney, because she's as them as they come. She's a demon she's a demon. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
I use that word all the time, so go ahead.
Right.
There's a better word I'd like, but I don't say it on the air because we get some people's kids may be watching in the background.
So the deputy of the criminal division at the Southern District of New York took the side of the pardon office. On July 14th, they wrote a massive response as well. We don't believe in releasing his application becoming part of the public docket at all. The judge responds that he's given it till July 24th to see if anybody in the media, being that it's the people's choice, they're the ones that have to respond in regards to my pardon application being part of the public docket.
Okay. Has there been any communication that's confirmed between Trump about this? Like, does Trump know about this?
I don't know if he knows about it. I think if he did find out about it, I think he wouldn't think twice because it's two judges in a building that came after him with the mighty force that they're coming after me.
Well, we'll see if we can get it to him. I don't know Trump personally, but I know people that know Trump. I know people in the administration follow me, so we'll hope that they see this, and I'll try to tag him or send it to him. This is from the New York Times. He pursued a pardon in Trump's justice system. It added to his problems. I think this is what you were just referring to.
I wasn't a big fan of this write-up. I don't think it was good.
It's from the New York Times. It's not going to be good.
Yeah.
But don't worry. That's why I waited. I waited until you explained your side first. And I'm not even really going to read it. But I just brought it up because I think you were saying something about the pardon thing that was sort of adding to your problems.
Right. Peter Tickton, who went to the Naval Academy with the president. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing I think that made me easier to do it because Peter Tickton, they called him ahead of time.
That's this guy right here, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, man, I really hope that this works out for you. When did you say that you have to submit for surrender?
Surrender date is September 10th.
Of this year?
This year, yeah.
And you're looking at 11 years. Is that like, do you have a good behavior option? Do you have to serve all 11? What's it looking like?
I haven't even told us that yet.
Really?
Because we filed an appeal because we pled not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Judge Furman, coached the jury to make us be guilty. We filed for bond on appeal now. The prosecution has released that they believe we shouldn't have bond on appeal, but they haven't quoted any case law. They just basically put their feelings on 5 pages. And we have about 50 cases of case law of situation that has happened and how other people have been wrongfully charged and other companies similar to ours were charged. And now we're just waiting for Furman to get back to us. We're also waiting on what unhinged comedy is going to come back against my pardon application. Mind you, my partner Brian and Fran also have pardon applications in, but he's making a big deal out of mine. He hasn't said 2 words out of their applications.
So, yeah, are you the only? Is there anyone else that's charged that's going for this?
My partner Brian Martin got 10 years. My partner Fran Linnea, she's 62. She got 8.
Wow.
He basically said that we've showed no remorse. We ran a massive fraud, not a fund. And the only thing that I could tell you from my conversations with the New York Times writer versus what he wrote or what the editors fixed was that he was at sentencing. And that's what made him realize, like Judge Furman, he went a little TDS, right? He said it's TDS Tuesday. Judge Furman's face went red. Red as red could be. I don't care about your politics. I don't care about your politics.
Sure you do.
Tomato red all over the face. And now he's defying the office of the pardon attorney. So maybe that helps, right? The crazier he goes on this pardon application, and every time the Southern District of New York is trying to put me away for 11 years, they're the ones who are siding with the office of the pardon attorney, and he's all of a sudden trying to redo things. I think it's a bigger picture than it goes to the president. They're trying to scare people from applying for pardons and people who support people to write opinions for them. This is a bigger picture than just my application.
No, I understand completely. And, you said something earlier. A lot of people don't realize judges' instructions are so important in any case, right? And the way a judge instructs a jury kind of determines how the jury will rule, right? So if this judge, who, again, just to reiterate, he came out and said Donald Trump raped a woman after a jury said Donald Trump never raped a woman, right? So if he was trying to give them instructions where he wanted that and then it didn't happen, it seems to me like it would be reasonable to assume that he did that because he didn't get the verdict he wanted. He went to the media and gave a secondary verdict, his opinion, right? Which is powerful, which is what everybody uses. Same thing with you, right? If this judge, I'm not saying he did, but if he did, if he gave the jury instructions and then wanted to get the outcome he got, and then the outcome he got, which is you guilty, then he's not going to want to do a pardon. He's not going to want to make anything easier. He's going to try to keep that verdict. He isn't going to want to be overturned. And bullshit on the whole, I don't care about your politics. Of course he does. Of course he does. He has a pattern. So look, man, I really hope that this works out. Go ahead and anything you want to tell people on how they can support you, what they can do, anything that we can do to make this, at least get this out there, because like I said, I didn't read up too much on this, but just hearing this 22-minute conversation, I'm like, oh wow, I didn't realize that you're already sentenced, you're already going to jail, and you have until September for us to try to give you a hand. So go ahead and let everybody know what they can do.
Just prayers and
just pray.
And help me get my voice out there, because.
Well, I think what we can do is, guys, if you want to share this video out, then this might help, right? Or clip it, maybe get it up, tag Donald Trump, tag anybody in the administration. I actually went to look up your X page right before we started. When I typed in your username, it didn't pop up. When I typed in your full name, it didn't pop up, right? So I'm not joking, guys. Look, I went here. I went Mike C0921, right? And look, you go to people, it's not here. So I don't know if you're shadow banned. I don't know why. But if you guys want to go look up Michael, go type in his username, Mike C0921, then go to latest, and you'll see him here with replies. But for some reason, he's not even popping up on X. So I wanted to make sure you guys knew that before you went and tried to do anything. You're going to have to literally go find him in the replies. If you type in his full name too, same thing. It's so weird. Michael, oh, if I can spell, Castillero. It's just, I've never seen this. Look, no results for Michael Castillero. Well, now it's popping up because we started following each other. But before, this wasn't even here. So if you guys have problems finding him, I just want to give you the heads up on how to do that. Michael, you know what? Say no more. We will definitely pray for you. And I wish you the best of luck, and keep in touch with me if there are any updates that I can give to people. Hopefully this makes it all the way up to Big Daddy Donnie, and he just signs a pardon, because it seems like this is a pattern. It seems like this has happened with more than just you. And when that happens, I don't believe in coincidences. So I'm inclined to believe you. You wanted to make people some money. You wanted to have the capitalist mindset. Donald Trump incentivized you to do it. Biden tried to punish you for it. So, I mean, you're just caught in the crossfire of this political war. That sucks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on. I'll keep in touch with you for sure, sir.
Thank you, Zach.
All right.
God bless you. Thank you for your time.
No, of course. Have a good one. Alrighty, guys, that was Michael, and please share this one out, tag Donald Trump, see if we can help out. I mean, like I said in that interview, I mean, I haven't looked at his case, but I'm only asking for Trump to look at the case, and if Trump sees what a lot of other people, what he's seen in a lot of other weaponized government cases, Michael might have a shot, and his partners might have a shot of being saved from being punished for making money. That's what I'm seeing on it. But anyway, it is 9 o'clock, so I believe Sean Farish is up next. I think it might be pre-recorded. I'm not sure, because he said he was filling in for Dan. Quick shout-outs: Kit Kat Mar, Eileen Jimenez, P. Year Out, Antlobe, Mikey C. That's Mike right there. What's up, Mike? P. Year Out, 12GG, Miss Mocha Powered, Great Guy Gary. I will see you all tomorrow for Woke Wednesday. Peace.
Eagles, the captain's crew, the LFA family, and McGroin Nation. We are coming to you pre-recorded again on this Tuesday on this rumble.com/LFA TV from the great red state of Tennessee. Let's make it happen on this Tuesday. You know, I don't love pre-recording, but obviously a lot of things are changing right now. All good things. We're live over there. We're pre-recorded over here. We're making it happen. Got a good show for you prepared in both locations. Trust me, it's very hard to do. But we're putting in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and having a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed the interview with Dylan Filion yesterday from Iowa. He has been working his tail off, I'll tell you. 4,400 doors or so. Is that what the number was, I think, yesterday? That was the 4,400 doors. That's a lot. Man, that's a lot. I mean, you think about it, that's 4,000. Man. That's what it takes. And that is what it takes to win these elections. If you really want it, and you got to go get it. And he is, well, I guess you could say, without question, a go-getter, right? All right. We have a lot for you today. TPS status for the Haitians. You know, there's all those illegal aliens. They're illegal now. Technically, they were legal because of the TPS status. But the Supreme Court said that could go away whenever the administration deems fit. Well, they've deemed it fit, and the day has finally come. Yesterday was termination day. So their TPS status has officially been terminated. That is a step in the right direction. And there was a lot of people who were like, well, why are they still here if the Supreme Court says, folks, it's the government. Like we have to remember that things move real slow with the government. That's number one. Number two is I had no idea until I read this yesterday on Red State, and then they followed up here. No, more information came out yesterday. That Monday, July 27th, was the day where the TPS status officially ended. So I think it might have been like exactly 1 month from the Supreme Court ruling, or they have to give 30 days notice or whatever it was. So the notice was given, right? And so the TPS status is gone. ICE is apparently now going to start, rounding them up and getting them out. We will have that. The Democratic Socialists of America, remember this clip?
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
It's everyone's like, oh, you just call everything. AOC said this the other day. Oh, they just call anything they don't like communism. No, we call communism communism. And by the way, were we wrong to say for the last decade that the Democrats were going commie? You're there now. If anything, this helps our track record over the last 10 years. Because we've been saying, like, hey, the Democrat Party's going, like, really far left. They're, like, embracing commie. No, it's a conspiracy there. It's fear-mongering. It's this, it's that. All. Well, when the left says that the right is, embracing Nazism, right? They're Nazis and white supremacists. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's not over-exaggerating anything. It's only bad when we do it, right? Except they do it, and it's not true. Matter of fact, there was a Nazi fringe that was starting to sprout, quote unquote, on our side. And we said, we looked at them and we went the line from Trading Places. We said, get the out. So if anything, again, we're looking pretty damn good right now in terms of, accuracy. It doesn't matter to anybody on the left, but in terms of accuracy, we're looking pretty damn good right now. Track record is looking pretty good. So the DSA chair went on Fox News on, I think it was either Sunday or Saturday, and just openly admitted to all of the communist party platform items that the DSA espouses. They love it. They're all about it. They're all about it. Speaking of communists, Kami Mandani, Zoran the Moron, over in New York City. Yeah. What did he just do? Did he just dox a bunch of wealthy people? Sure looks like it. Man, if you are somebody with any considerable amount of wealth in New York City, you got to get out. You have got to get out of there. You have to. Why would you stay? What is there that is keeping you there? Why are you staying in New York City? Maybe you don't want to leave the state of New York. Fine, whatever. You got to get out of the city. You got to get yourself to a place where Mamdani can't touch you. Long Island, it's indirect. In New York City, it's direct, right? I mean, you see Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo. You see her having to bail out Mamdani when it comes to the budget again this year. And you're like, oh, look at this. Hochul's bailing him out. Terrible. All that, right? Whatever. You're paying for it. You're funding Zoran Mamdani's pet projects. But, you know, you always knew part of what you signed up for in New York is some of your tax dollars that you pay to the state's going to go to New York City anyway, right? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, like, that's been the thing for a while in New York City. Now, if you're in New York City, he's coming right for it. He's doxing you. And then, of course, if you're out in places outside of the city, and you see Hochul bailing him out for his pet projects, the city-run grocery stores, the child care, etc., you know, now you're paying for even more of his garbage. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So we got that. Did Zoran Mamdani dox rich New York City residents? Sure looks like it. Sure looks like it. Dear Diary. Anthony Fauci's COVID diary came out. Is this guy sick or what? This guy is sick. Guy's totally sick. Wait until we get into some of it. Not all of it. We're going to get into some of it. Specifically, the little encounter that he had on mainstream media about COVID misinformation. Again, just like AOC, they call everybody they don't like communists as if it's a problem. Oh, they did. The left did the same thing to us. They call anyone they don't like a Nazi or a fascist or a white supremacist or a racist or a homophobe or a bigot or whatever the label was, the flavor of the day, right? But Fauci never really cared about COVID misinformation, right? And we have a clip to prove it, a couple clips to prove it, but one of them from the great Mays Moore. Also, we'll go back to Harry Enton, Mr. Caffeine himself. These midterms, I keep saying it. The midterms are winnable. I'm not saying we're going to win. I'm saying we can. And that's on us. We have got to be the people. We have got to be the ones. We have got to be the drivers of that victory. We can't rely on John Thune. We can't rely on Mike Johnson. And Johnson and the House have found a way to do what they had to do, right? They found a way to get some stuff done. They found a way. Johnson and the House has. I give them credit. It's not perfect. I don't love them. But they found a way. The Senate has just been a mess. Now at least one of Tennessee's two federal senators, Bill Hagerty, has said that he supports ending or foregoing the August recess. You know, they're going to go on vacation for a month while the Save America Act just sits there. Doesn't do anything. 80+% of Americans want voter ID. Senate just doesn't seem to care. Like, you guys are public servants. You realize that? You're supposed to serve the public. You realize that? And you're not doing that. You're supposed to do that, but you're not doing that. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Okay? So we will talk a little bit about that, how the midterms are winnable. And it looks like, USAID was shut down, and now there's a spending advantage or a cash on hand advantage for the Republican Party. Wow. And a majority of Americans polled feel a certain way about Iran, and it is a good thing for the administration. So we've got a full one on tap for you today. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you take something from it. Hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you subscribe anywhere you get your podcast. Subscribe to both spots. You can subscribe to the Ungoverned audio side, which I'm going to continue to use after August 17th, sparingly, maybe do a little exclusive stuff here or there for the OGs, the P1s, the hardcore, audio listeners that are over there. I'll continue to use it. I'll continue to host all of the show, the audio portions of the show on there. But also, once we do start over at Silverlock on August 17th, Sean Farish Live. But if you go on there and subscribe now so you don't forget, anywhere you get your podcast, it's called Sean Farish Live. It's my first name, my last name, and then the word live. If you search that on your favorite podcasting platforms, you should be able to find it. And you can get the audio versions of the shows that I'm doing for Dan Bongino there this week. They are getting posted to the Sean Farish Live podcast channel. And then obviously anything after the fact, once the show officially launches there over with Silverlock, you'll be able to get it there too. So please subscribe to that as well. I want to get to all of this great stuff we've got prepared in the show today. But before I do that, I got to get to our friends at OFP Farms, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. The sale that you have been anticipating has finally arrived. Christmas in July has officially come to OFP Farms. And I'll tell you what, they're thrilled. I'm thrilled. Everybody's thrilled to present one of the best seasonal offers that OFP Farms has this time of year. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off your entire order plus a free smack pack with qualifying purchases of $35 or more. I saw a commercial for like Black Friday in July for like Macy's or something. Not even close to what OFP Farms is offering because Macy's doesn't have smack packs and Goat Kisses lip balm. You got to get yourself an OFP Farms smack pack, a free one, if you spend $35 or more qualifying purchase. 4 of these bad boys. It's the best lip balm in the game. It is the ideal chance to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. Stock up on the items you love. Explore something new, or pick up a few extras for gifts before the bustling holiday season kicks in. Every product from OFP Farms is meticulously handcrafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin understands. Whether you're dealing with dry, fatigued skin, or you're preparing for your soothing nighttime routine, Brennan loves her magnesium before she goes to bed. This sale makes it easier to pamper yourself and your loved ones. All you got to do is go to OFPFarms.com. Use the code Sean. It's SHAWN. You got to spell my name right. You got to do it. If not, we're going to have big problems. You don't want to have big problems. OFPFarms.com. Use the promo code Sean, SHAWN, for 20% off your entire purchase. And, of course, you get the free smack pack with qualifying purchases, $35 or more. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. That's OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right? Take a drink of water. You see my throat's a little hoarse. Doing a lot of content over the last couple weeks, whether it's mornings on 1210, Dom Giordano show 3 days last week. Double duty now, Monday through Thursday here. We're live back again on Friday on LFA TV. So it'll be nice to be live again on LFA TV. And we'll be doing phone calls on Friday as well. But I'm recording this one late, Monday night, to get you the most current news. And so a little bit of an issue here. But it's all right. We're going to do all right. We're going to be fine. So the sooner we get through, we'll get to the whole show. We'll be all right. TPS status for the Haitians has officially worn off. It's officially expired. Termination day has come. It is finally time for the Haitians that were enjoying temporary protected status. Temporary. That's the operative word. Not permanent protected status. Not temporary forever status. Temporary protected status, right? Temporary. The Haitians that were enjoying TPS protection, 16 years of temporary protective status, has finally ended. Deportations will be carried out in states with large Haitian populations, such as Ohio. More than 300,000 Haitian immigrants who were granted TPS, temporary protected status, under the Obama administration are set to lose their status and will be vulnerable to deportation operations from the Trump White House agency sources and federal documents obtained by CBS reveal. Deportations will be carried out in states with large Haitian populations, such as Ohio, where they were eating the cats and the dogs. Remember that? They were eating the cats and the dogs. You're not supposed to do that. But they were eating the cats and the dogs. You can't do that. It's a nasty thing to do. Thousands of Haitians live under TPS in Ohio, including cities like Springfield, where many Haitians have settled. That was ground zero for the cats and dogs thing. Internal plans for an arrest and deportation operation were created after the Supreme Court sided with the White House's efforts to terminate TPS for Haitian and Syrian immigrants. The ruling is set to bind lower courts. It was set to bind lower courts yesterday, so that is why they had to wait. I know a lot of people were impatient. All right, we got the ruling. Why are they still here? And I get it. I get it. We want things to be, pretty simple, right? Action, reaction, cause, effect. Step 1, step 2. But this is the government. It is the bureaucracy, and things take time. We have to understand that. I know I saw a lot of people over the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks since that ruling came out. Nothing's happening. Oh my gosh. Mark Wayne Mullen is doing a horrible job. He's not getting rid of the Haitians. Well, the reason is because he couldn't yet. As it turns out, I didn't know that. He couldn't yet. That's just a fact. The Supreme Court ruling bound the lower courts yesterday. Documents suggest that the deportation efforts could start as early as this coming week, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Does not discuss ongoing or future operations, adding what we would say now is it's closing time, which means you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You know that song? Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's it. Goodbye. See you later. And you don't have to go to Haiti. You just can't stay in the United States of America. Temporary protected status means temporary. DHS says the good news is it's not too late to get a $2,600 check and a free flight home. In 2010, Haiti experienced a magnitude 7.0 earthquake. No word on whether Chris Christie was present in Haiti at the time, or Stacey Abrams, or J.B. Pritzker. It's funny because they're fat. That killed more than 200,000 people. That's not funny. Displaced more than 1 million and seriously damaged the country's infrastructure. The Obama administration granted TPS to Haitians because returning them to the country under those conditions was deemed unsafe. Okay, fair. Come here while you clean up your country. Haiti was later hit by Hurricane Matthew in 2016, devastating earthquake in 2021, and widespread political and civil upheaval following the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. And so they kept finding new reasons to say, well, we can't send them back yet. 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 Well, now it's time to send them back. Now it's time to send them back. The influx of Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, fueled frustrations over strained resources and public safety, with one particularly high-profile case involving Haitian driver Hermanio Joseph, who crashed into a school bus and killed an 11-year-old boy, convicted of involuntary manslaughter. No more. It's time to go. So there were a lot of people who were upset that they weren't happening. There were a lot of people who were upset that the Haitians were still here. It turns out you had to wait for these court rulings to become binding. They are now, the lower courts that were hearing these cases originally were now bound by the Supreme Court ruling that happened at the end of June, and it is time to round them up and send them home. If we still don't see these Haitians getting sent home, then it's perfectly valid to be upset, to complain about it, to voice your frustrations about it. 100%. 100%. All right. So it is deportation time. TPS has been terminated officially. It's time to get them out. It's time to get them out. 300,000, you can get them out. That's not going to happen overnight. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. But it's time for them to go. No question about it. All right, let's move on to the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. I don't like calling them Democratic anything because we played, actually, that old DSA chairman. Do I have that leader? Here we go. Why they use the term Democratic.
So there's been a lot of propaganda since the Cold War and Red Scares in the United States, where very powerful people in the United States felt threatened by the politics we represent. So that's why, a lot of people never learned about the history of democratic socialists in the United States, and that it was organized workers who pushed for things like a 40-hour work week or ending child labor. And these are things that are part of the legacy of democratic socialism in this country, and that's really against nationalism and fascism. So even the label of National Socialism that the Nazis used at the time was intentionally meant to trick people, and it worked at the time, unfortunately, in Germany. But that's why we have to emphasize the democratic part of what we're talking about today.
Use National Socialism and it tricked a bunch of people. And that's why we're using democratic socialism. Because what? Because you're lying to people? Because you're tricking them too? Because you know they won't buy what you're selling if you're just honest with them? Is that why you're lying? It has to be why you're lying. Of course, that's why you're lying. We get it. We see right through it. We see right through it. I want to play for you this one. What did I say? A chairwoman. This is she needs quite a big chair, by the way. This is Democratic Socialists of America, a chairwoman, kind of going through the policy platform of the DSA. And I want to preface this. I want to once again put this out there for your consumption so you understand. When you're talking to your liberal friends, if you have liberal friends, I don't have liberal friends, right? When you're talking to your liberal friends, when you're talking to your independent friends, and someone goes to you, yeah, well, you just call everything you don't like communism. No, I call communism communism. Oh, yeah, well, like, what do you mean by that? Like, what is communism? I'm glad you asked that question here. This is chair of the Democratic Socialists of America giving you their platform. You tell me what this sounds like.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform. And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate. True. Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them. Yep. Abolish ICE. Absolutely. Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally. As a long-term plan, yep. Defund the Pentagon. Absolutely. Abolish prisons, at least in large part. Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah. Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations. Yeah, absolutely.
So, what does that sound like to you? Because it sounds a lot like communism to me. Government control of large corporations. Yeah, it's, not something that happens in a capitalist country. Abolishing the Senate. Okay. Does that mean any DSA endorsed candidates aren't going to run for Senate because you're going to abolish it anyway? They're the ones who are like, the Senate is like slavery or something, right? It's like slavery. It's rooted in slavery, white supremacy. It's rooted in slavery. So why would you run for it if it's so bad? Abolishing the presidency and the Supreme Court? Okay, then AOC shouldn't run for president, right? Or any DSA candidate? They shouldn't run for president? No DSA candidate if they are ever, heaven forbid, elected president, they shouldn't be allowed to pick a Supreme Court justice because they want to abolish the Supreme Court, right? They want to get rid of it. They want to abolish the presidency. They want the House of Representatives to pick the president. You want to abolish the Pentagon and defund the entire Pentagon? Yeah, I think China, North Korea, Russia, they would love that. They're all pointing nukes at us. Imagine you take away the central authority in this country when it comes to defense. Listen, there's some things in the Pentagon I don't love. It's a little big there, the military-industrial complex. I get it. But to just get rid of the whole thing, that's probably not a smart idea. Open borders? Well, that's not a popular idea. It's communism. I'm not calling it communism because I don't like it. Listen to it yourself. That is communism. Period. Front and center. All right. That's the Democratic Socialists of America. That happened on Sunday on Fox News with Shannon Bream. Their DNC national co-chair, Megan Romer, was given an opportunity to answer just true or false, yes or no questions. All right. So again, abolish the Senate? Yes. Abolish the presidency and the Supreme Court? Yes. Abolishing ICE? Yes. Abolishing borders and giving amnesty to everybody in the country who's here illegally? Yes. Abolishing prisons? Yes. What do you do with the criminals? I mean, hey, if they abolish prisons, at least we won't be going to the gulags, right? I guess we can look at that on the bright side. Government or public ownership of most large corporations? Yes, absolutely, she said. Shannon Bream also asked her if the Democrat Party should be worried about the organization's direction for the party, and she responded with, the establishment Democrats should be worried about the voters and what the voters think and about what the constituency thinks. And right now they have not been delivering, and our candidates are and have been. What have your candidates been delivering? What have your candidates been delivering? Seriously. What is let's look at Mamdani. What has Zoran Mamdani actually delivered in New York City? You get your free buses yet? No. You got the free childcare yet? Yes, but only if you are a New York City government worker. The rest of you get nothing. You got the city-run grocery stores yet? Oh, those are coming, right? Oh, and we're gonna sell things for 30% less than retail costs. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure you are. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then when the rest of those grocery stores go out of business, then what? Who's going to work those jobs that are going to be gone? You got your, I asked about the free buses, I think, already, right? Sorry, I have a little bit of a headache. Free buses, by the way, are rolling homeless shelters. That's what those are. Because if there's no barrier to entry to get on the bus, then there's no way you can force somebody to get off the bus. Do you see what I'm saying? Has the cost of living come down in New York City yet? Rent and all that? Has that happened yet? Yeah. No, it hasn't. No, hasn't happened yet either. What have you guys delivered? What have you guys? Can someone ask them that? And I like Shannon Bream, and I didn't see the whole interview. Maybe she did ask, but can someone ask what have your candidates delivered? Where has the implementation of quote unquote democratic socialism in the United States? Where has that actually increased anyone's quality of life? Can you show me an example? Anywhere. Just one. Give me one that I can work with. It's like, wah, 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 tumbleweeds going through the screen. She also said, quote, as that interview continued, I also have been told a lot of times by Democrats, so don't vote third party. It's wasting your vote, the DSA co-chair continued. So we run on the Democratic ballot line where it makes sense. We run independent sometimes where that is a viable possibility, but it's a ballot line. And what matters is what the voters think, and the voters are overwhelmingly choosing our candidates. Guys and gals, the Democrat Party has fully embraced communism. That's not exaggeration. That's not fear-mongering. That's not me, grandstanding here and trying to motivate you to do. I am trying to motivate you, but I'm not using this as some sort of shiny object to get you excited. This is real. This is serious. So pardon me if I get a little pissed off on social media when I see people now pondering the possibility, and this is not a joke, that the Jews didn't just kill Charlie Kirk, they ate him. Are you out of your mind? Listen, I like a good conspiracy theory sometimes. We've talked about it, right? Like I can go down a rabbit hole or two. Where you start to lose me is oh my God. Remember the guy with the neck? It's a skin suit. All the Q crap. Because this is what happens. You get hooked on it. It's like a drug. Sensationalism is like a drug. You can't stop it. And it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And it starts with asking questions. And then that becomes your thing. So you start asking more outlandish questions. Now you've got people online demanding that they know the location of where Charlie Kirk is buried. You have no right to that information. Well, he's a public figure. The public has a right to know where he's buried. No, the public does not have a right to know where he's buried because he was a private citizen. He's not a public official. The family has absolutely no obligation to tell anybody where his final resting place is. Well, you're just going to let them cover up the evidence? Oh, you think Charlie Kirk's body is evidence? Meaning, you and your cult of fanatical maniacs who can't believe a very believable story that a radical leftist who hated Charlie Kirk killed him. You think the body is evidence. You will dig up that grave. I know it. Someone who listens to Candace Owens will take it upon themselves to dig up Charlie Kirk's casket if they knew where he was buried. That is a cold, hard fact because these sensationalist conspiracy theory batshit crazy lunatics are insane. And they're insane enough to do it. It is important, yes, to ask questions. But you have to ask those questions in good faith. And you have to genuinely want answers. And if you are given answers that make sense, then your question has been resolved and you need to move on. Well, how come we don't know where he's buried? We don't know now if he was buried or cremated. Why does it matter? Well, if he's cremated there, they destroyed the evidence. Well, if they buried the body and didn't tell you where it is, and you're just going to say it's a cover-up. There's no pleasing you. Well, what other famous people do we not know where they're buried? Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt. Well, he's buried on his estate. Is he? Do you know that? Or are you just now believing the official narrative? Because I think maybe Israel killed Dale Earnhardt. Maybe they put a bomb in his tires. Somebody went underground with the bee cult. And they effed with his car. See how easy it is to play your stupid game? Grow up. We got people focused on that nonsense. The Charlie Kirk assassination was not nonsense. The conspiracy theories surrounding it is nonsense. Same as Butler. When you dealt with that jackass Tony Saruga. Well, there was a guy on a zip line. And really a zip line? What, Mary Poppins? Really? What, she skirt down on her umbrella? And we got all carried away with Butler and 15 different shooters and, all this crap. I'm not saying we have all the answers there. We don't. But every time something major happens, a pivotal moment where the right can be galvanized and united to move forward, someone comes out with an absolutely ridiculous conspiracy theory to throw you off the scent, to distract you. Everyone wants to point that that's a distraction. For once, please understand, the conspiracy theories surrounding major events, that is the distraction. That's meant to throw you off. Now you're talking about Mary Poppins in Butler, Pennsylvania, instead of who was Thomas Matthew Crooks actually talking to. Now you're dealing with did Jews eat Charlie Kirk's body instead of saying who radicalized Tyler Robinson. Because that's what matters in the Kirk case. How did Tyler Robinson, a kid that grew up in a Republican family, or by all marks, everybody what they've said, a conservative family, how did he wind up dating a transgender furry and getting indoctrinated by Antifa ideology to the point where he climbed up on a roof and killed somebody because he disagreed with what he said? That's what I want to know. It's an op. be wise to the op. Don't talk to me about Egyptian planes or bee cults or tunnels. Talk to me about how Tyler Robinson was radicalized to being a cold-blooded killer. And there's a reason why every time there's something that could pin the left to the wall, someone floats out one of these nonsense, well, it could be this very bizarre situation. And guess who avoids account? We always want to hold the left accountable. Guess who avoids accountability when that happens? The left. Every time. And I'm getting tired of it. No. Just putting that out there. Not saying we can't ask questions. I'm saying the conspiracy theories, the JFK Jr.'s alive garbage, this guy's wearing a skin suit. Folks, take a deep breath. Take your shoes off. Put your toes in the grass. Kind of ground yourself. We gotta return to some semblance of sanity here. Got to be grounded by some form of reality here. Okay? All right. Let's take a quick break. Let's get to word from our friends at Silent. Then we are going to get into Anthony Fauci. Because holy smokes, the diary is out. Dear diary. Right? Anthony Fauci's diary is out. But before we talk about Fauci's diary, let's talk about Silent. Folks, let's face it. You know all about it. Your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your freedom, you can protect your family, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve. And just like that, it is off the grid. Isn't that nice? It's off the grid. Completely silent, invisible to the outside world. From their phones, from their sleeves, to their backpacks, to their crossbodies. Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. There will be obviously a little overlap between this show and the show with Bongino because they're both an hour long. They're both at the same time. And the news is the news, right? And I don't want to just fill one show with nonsense and the other one with... So there is going to be a little overlap. And the Fauci diary story is going to be the lead story over there. It's going to be the, we're going to jump to it now here. So Anthony Fauci's diary is out. And Anthony Fauci appears to have been, surprise, surprise, lying. There was something that I said all the time in 2020. Before I even had a platform, I used to post it on my Twitter. I used to post it on my Instagram, on my Facebook all the time. Before I even had a platform, before loud majority was a thing, I used to post everything. Whatever day it was of 15 days to slow the spread. So I'd say today is day 39 of 15 days to slow the spread. This is your friendly reminder that Fauci lied, the media complied, and people died. It's exactly what happened, as it turns out. It's exactly what happened. I'm going to play for you, this is a supercut from Grabian of Anthony Fauci and the mainstream media syndicate writing off, it's a conspiracy theory that COVID escaped from a lab. Now, I know I just spent like the last 10 minutes blasting conspiracy culture, right? Folks, if the conspiracy makes actual logical sense, I'm not going to write it off. It's when you start having to make assumptions about things, wild assumptions about things, with no evidence and no logical backing that I say, You're not going to get me on that. If we're looking at this virus and people want to tell me that it came from bat soup or it leaked from a place called the Wuhan Institute of Virology, I'm going to say, all right, it's possible that it leaked from a lab. We do gain of function research. Maybe this got out of control. Yeah, I'm not going to say, I'm going to say that's it's still a conspiracy theory, but it's not a wild, sensational, insane conspiracy theory because there's at least a logical explanation behind the theory. Anyway, here is the mainstream media totally writing it off, covering for the fact that, yes, this thing did leak from a lab.
The best evidence suggests that the kind of bat from which this virus jumped to humans wasn't even present there.
But you know the worst of all, whether it came from the lab or came from the bats it all came from China.
Because we don't know where the novel coronavirus came from yet, the conspiracy theories fill the void.
I'm telling you, the Chi-Coms are trying to weaponize this thing.
Conservative talk show host Rush Limbaugh with zero proof, suggesting a Chinese bioweapon lab is to blame.
There's this question about the Wuhan lab. We know that it's been debunked.
Those same agencies now have been tapped with investigating one of Trump world's most favorite conspiracy theories.
This week, Donald Trump is still pushing the debunked bunkum, despite his own intelligence community's findings that is simply not true.
And there is simply no reason to believe that that is the case. There is no empirical evidence to verify that.
Coming up with a conspiracy theory to try and foment xenophobia with respect to the Chinese has just as much factual support as taking Clorox.
He can't just sit back and let the doctors and the scientists do their jobs. He's got to chime in.
He may pick up the conspiracy theory that this was some weapon.
People don't keep bats in captivity. Complete baloney.
We don't need to invoke conspiracy theories.
This is just another example of the president trying to change the narrative from his own failings.
The problem for President Trump is that he's running for re-election, is looking for ways to deflect blame for the performance of the administration.
If you look at the evolution of the virus in bats and what's out there now, it's very, very strongly leaning towards this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated.
So I wanted to ask, are you still confident that it developed naturally?
No, actually, that's the point that I said. No, I'm not convinced about that. I think that we should continue to investigate what went on in China.
Oh, interesting. Fauci diary shows he lied to the public about the coronavirus fatality rate, and he also lied about the virus's origins. Imagine that. Imagine that. Anthony Fauci. Let me pull this one up here. This is brilliant from David Strom, one of my favorite writers over at hotair.com. David Strom. Fauci's own diary just dropped. This is from Kanakoa the Great over on X. February 1st, 2020, the secret call that produced proximal origins. Talked about that a lot in the early portions of this show. In terms of early portions, I'm talking 2023. Only 2 out of 12 believe the virus was natural. The other 10, per Fauci's own notes, quote, felt that deliberate insertion was possible. February 1st, 2020. They flagged Shi Zhengli's gain-of-function work on coronaviruses in Wuhan by name. 8 days later, Fauci went on Newt Gingrich's podcast and said, I've heard all these conspiracy theories, and like all the conspiracy theories, Newt, they're just conspiracy theories. Then, social media, Facebook and Twitter, banned you for saying the same thing that Fauci's own scientists were saying behind closed doors. Yeah, he lied about the death rate, too, according to that article on Breitbart. Again, this is from Anthony Fauci's diary. He told the public it was 2 to 2.5%, but privately recorded in his diary that it was more like 0.2 to 0.3%. Unbelievable. This is the expert that we were locking down schools over. This is the expert that we were letting influence public policy. And yes, some of it was Trump leaning on this guy. I'm not gonna I'm not going to tell you that, he's innocent in all this too. But in Trump's situation, that's the guy who was in charge there. What is he supposed to do? Donald Trump is he's supposed to lean on the guys who are in these positions. It's unbelievable. Here's a good one. This is Mays Moore. Anthony Fauci going on mainstream media saying he's going to combat vaccine misinformation. Watch this.
As you know, there's so much misinformation online and at other channels about vaccines and coronavirus. We've seen reports of teens being targeted with this vaccine misinformation on TikTok, on Instagram, other platforms. Are you worried that all that misinformation could lead to vaccine hesitancy among some teens now eligible for the vaccine?
I'm very disturbed by that, Jake. I mean, my goal and the goal of my colleagues is to protect the health and the safety and the welfare of the American public from a medical and health standpoint. And misinformation that gets in the way of the proper implementation of the things you need to do to stay healthy is very disturbing.
What I would say is that the science, I think, has been clear for some time on not only how well these vaccines work, as you alluded to, but also how well they protect you, how well they work in terms of preventing you from getting sick, but also how well they work in terms of preventing you from becoming infected, and most importantly and most recently, how well they work in terms of making it unlikely you would pass the infection on to someone else. Even if you tested positive for the virus after you've been vaccinated, which does happen, rarely, but does happen, the data is now increasingly clear that you'd be very, very unlikely to then transmit the virus to somebody else.
Which makes absolutely no sense. If you're sick with a virus that is contagious, you can spread it. But Gupta wasn't the only one who said that. This is my favorite Rachel Maddow clip of all time. Better than the, we got the tax returns. Remember that nonsense? No, this is the best one. Talk about misinformation about vaccines. Remember this, Jem?
It means that instead of the vaccine being able, instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were, right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way. Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people. That means the vaccines will get us to the end of this if we just go fast enough to get the whole population.
Oh. Did you hear that, guys? Rachel Maddow said that the vaccine, just like Gupta, I wonder where they were getting their talking points, by the way. It's a good question, right? That's a question worth pursuing. Not whether or not a rabbi ate Charlie Kirk. Rachel Maddow said to me, and Sanjay Gupta said to me on CNN, Rachel Maddow on MSNBC, now it's MS Now. If you're vaccinated and you get the virus, it stops. You can't spread it. Well, we all knew that was BS. That makes zero sense. 0 cents. But Anthony Fauci didn't consider that vaccine misinformation, even though it absolutely was. It did not stop the spread. It did not get us to the end of the pandemic. It did not make, when the virus infects somebody, stops and the vaccine stops the virus. The virus can't use that person as a host to infect other people. Oh, yes, it can. That's vaccine misinformation. That's selling you a boatload of garbage to get you to get this thing so Pfizer was happy or whatever. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. All right, let's take a quick break, and then I want to play for you. It's a little bit of a long clip, but it's Harry Enton, and it's about the midterms, and it's important because it's good news, and I want to leave you with some good news because I was It was pretty heavy today. All right, folks, Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com. I don't take a lot of things at face value anymore. And I'll be honest, tap water is one of the last things on my radar until we actually looked into it. That is why we now purify every drop of water in our house with Cove Pure. Over 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. They are man-made chemicals used in food packaging, nonstick cookware, firefighting foam. They call them forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there forever. They don't break down, and they're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that stopped me cold. The EPA actually did set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024, but water systems have until 2031 to comply. That's 5 years from now. Until that deadline arrives, a utility can be operating above the legal limit, and they're not required to tell you. You're just drinking the water. The EPA knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it yet, which means it is on you to take matters into your own hands. Cove Pure was engineered exactly for this purpose. Unlike the normal pitcher filters you get at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, PFAs, heavy metals, fluoride, pharmaceuticals, filtering particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. This thing is easy to set up. You take it out of the box, you plug it in, you install the filters, you fill up the tank, boom. You're getting nice, clean drinking water. The best part about Cove Pure is they make it very easy. As I said, sits right on your countertop. You don't have to drill any holes or call a plumber. Don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Go to covepure.com/Sean, SHAWN. You will get $250 off for a limited time. That is Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN for $250 off. The CP16, it is great. CovePure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. All right, I want to play for you this one. Democrats are looking weak. They've got that internal divide with the DSA. Here's Harry Enton. We may play the whole thing. I might not play the whole thing. Harry Enton, CNN. Here's some data. And it's good news for Republicans. Doesn't mean put your feet up, but it's good news for Republicans. Now we just have to spread the word and get people out to vote. Watch.
So you think that Democrats, or you might think that Democrats in Congress could see some kind of boost in the polls on this subject. You might think that, but you'd be wrong. With us this morning, CNN Chief Data
whatever, man.
I'm tongue-tied because actually these numbers surprise me. I was looking at them and I am surprised that they are like this. So who do the voters say they trust on Iran?
Johnny B. is not the only one who's surprised. You would be looking at all the news coverage. You'd be looking at all the polling on President Trump, and you would think that Democrats would be able to take advantage and be dominating Republicans when it comes to who is trusted to handle the Iran war. That, simply put, is not the case at all. I mean, these numbers are quite surprising. Trust Dems or Republicans on Iran. According to CNBC earlier this month, you'd think, okay, that's one poll. The Republicans trusted by 2 points. But then CBS News comes out yesterday, and what do you see? You see the exact same thing. Trump and the Republicans take the cake. They are trusted by 2 points on Iran. Now, one poll is one thing, but you put the two of them together, and you can see that the American people, simply put, are not buying what Democrats are selling on Iran. They still trust Republicans more, even if you look at President Trump's approval ratings on the subject, and they're negative too, but yet Republicans and Trump still more trusted than Democrats are in Iran.
Has there been any change over time?
No, and this is even more surprising, right? You might think, okay, as the war has gone on and on and on, you might think, hey, the Democrats would be gaining ground in terms of trust that the American people would give them on Iran. If anything, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Trust Democrats or Republicans more than Iran. In April, according to a Washington Post Ipsos poll, the Democrats were more trusted by 2 points. Again, close margin, no clear leader. But look where the shift has been. If anything, the shift has been in the Republican direction. Now the Republicans and Donald Trump are trusted more by 2 points on Iran. So, again, over the course of the war, if anything, the Republicans have been the ones that have been gaining ground, which I think just goes so opposed to all of the news coverage that we have seen so far and all of, the media. You would think, hey, but no, the American people are actually trusting the Republicans and Trump, if anything, more now than they were, so let's say, halfway through the war.
Hold on. Did Harry Enton just admit the mainstream media is lying about Iran? That's interesting, right? Let's keep going.
Possible is it that part of this is just that Americans don't like Democrats in Congress much at all?
Yeah, I think this is a big part of it. The Democratic Party in the minds of the American public are weak, 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 to quote the great Tony Blair. I mean, just look at this. Just look at these net approval ratings of Democrats in Congress. In late February, at the beginning of the war, it was minus 41 points, minus 39, minus 39. And so you're just looking at these numbers right here, and you go to yourself, no wonder what's going on at this point, that Democrats simply put cannot take the ball and run with it and actually in the polls be trusted more than run, because the Democrats in Congress simply put are not well liked. In fact, these are the three lowest on record in terms of percentage points for the approval for Democrats in Congress. So it all puts together a picture. Donald Trump and Republicans may not be liked, but Democrats in Congress are really hated.
A lot of this is D-on-D crime. I mean, there are Democrats who are unhappy with their own party, who Democrats hope might vote for them anyway in November.
You know, it'd be much easier if they were, actually liked.
Oh, my good. That was a bad bit of news if you're a Democrat watching CNN. You got both of them saying, hey, you would think with the media saying as much negative stuff about the war in Iran, these numbers would look different. Well, the Democrats, a lot of this is D-on-D crime, right? Democrat on Democrat violence, violence, not real physical violence, but, criticism. Highlighting that divide in the Democrat Party. Harry Anton said, well, it'd be easier if they were just liked. Finally, this poll who's talking about Iran. A little bit of polling here. McLaughlin and Associates, conservative pollster. So it's, let's keep it in context here in perspective. Majority of the general election voters, believe the United States must finish the job in Iran. A Tea Party Patriots Action Survey exclusively obtained by Breitbart News revealed. The survey was conducted by McLaughlin Associates and asked respondents about the Strait of Hormuz, identifying it as one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. Nearly 20% of the world's oil, a fifth of global natural gas, fertilizers that grow our food, raw materials behind plastics and everyday consumer goods passes through it. Iran has blocked ships. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Iran should not be allowed to block, attack, mine, or extort ships in the Strait of Hormuz. 72% say they agree with that statement. The asked the question if the United States should finish the job. 62% agreed the United States must finish the job and ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's one of the benefits of this thing going long. People are seeing it for what it really is and seeing Iran for what they really are. All right, Jeremy Herrell up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We're back here pre-recorded again tomorrow and Thursday, live again on Friday. Jeremy Herrell up next. Please remember, subscribe anywhere you get your podcasts to Ungoverned, the audio channel for this show, and Sean Farish Live for the show that starts August 17th. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.